Test. Test, 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 test. All right, that sounds pretty good, I think. Nice. I played the original Legend of Zelda. I beat it. I beat Link to the Past, and I played Zelda 2, and that game sucks, so I only played it for like a minute. Zelda 2 is a side scroller. I didn't like it very much. Okay. One second, let me move my fan. And we are trying a new microphone out tonight, so we'll see how well it works. There is some tiny chance I'm going to have to hop off at a moment's notice, but it's very unlikely at this point. Oh, hello, Macho.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
Can you guys hear the game? Let me check the audio. Looks good. All right. Print. Okay. Yeah, like anybody's going to play this on the stupid. Yeah, right. Jump. Whoa. This guy can't jump for shit. This guy jumps like a grandma. Look at that. Couldn't even dunk on a 7-foot rim.
That is a Sheikah slate. Take it. It will help guide you after your long slumber.
Now, I've been told that all Zelda game plots are connected. Like they all take place on the same timeline, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. Okay. And apparently it's not in release order. There we go. Oh, okay. Alright, this game is now appropriate for people of all ages. My guy has no hops whatsoever.
Hold the Sheikah slate up to the pedestal. That will show you the way. Link, you are the light. Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again. Now go.
I actually know a guy who hates all Zelda games. Like, he hates Breath of the Wild and stuff like that, but he loved Skyward Sword. It was the one game that actually he really appreciated. Okay, we can climb. That's pretty self-explanatory. Thank you, Seahawks fan 900,000. Oh. Wow, climbing actually depletes your stamina, huh? Slowly. It's interesting. Okay, do I take fall damage? Let's find out the hard way. Oh, I do not. I'm trying to drop onto that ledge over there. I'm pretty sure I can do it. I don't... Maybe...
Link. Head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
Yeah, Eagle's got that one in the bag, I think. Oh, what's up, dog? Well met, stranger. It's rather unusual to see another soul in these parts. Yeah, sure. You can fart to fly around Hyrule. Nice. Okay, so if you get an apple and put it next to a flame, that makes it a baked apple. Ooh. Yes. It worked. Can I get that one? Yeah, I mean, I played a couple 2D Zeldas, and those games are good. Every time I play Ocarina of Time, I kind of get bored after like a couple of hours, and I give up. So I've never actually played it all the way through. At this point, it's probably too late for it to matter. I'm also testing a new microphone, by the way, guys. So any feedback you guys want to give me. This one runs on like AA batteries. So it should actually work for an extended period of time. Okay, how do I cook them? How do I cook my apples? Yeah, that's the only way our pick falls past 4. I'm not completely counting out. I'm not going to completely count out the Texans winning because the Colts are terrible too, but... Alright, it's not really a big deal right now, but I'm guessing there's some way you can bake the apple. Maybe you just have to leave it there for like 3 years. Ooh, nice. We have a new weapon. There we go. Right on top of the fire? Okay. Let's try to figure it out. Oh, crap. No, I'm on fire. I need my apples back now. Yes, they're baked. Awesome. No. No, that's what I was just saying, Dota. The only Zelda games I played all the way through are the original Zelda and Link to the Past. I played Ocarina of Time a couple times, but I get like an hour in, and then I get bored and just stop. I know this game isn't really like other Zelda games. This is more like a Dark Souls game than a traditional Zelda game. I've heard that. All right, let's throw a barrel at a monkey thing and see what happens. Oh. Whoa. Yeah, we'll see what happens, Macho. Dota, I'm fine with both. I'm fine with it either. I'm kind of just happy to sit with our pick where it is and see what happens. Right. Also, Link has no stamina. This dude runs out of stamina faster than Jalen Carter. I mean, look at this. He sprints for like 7 seconds and he's winded. Nice. Nice. Okay, I'm just heading to my waypoint. By the way, if I'm the Vikings, I rest starters against the Bears. So we might get the number 2 pick. I don't think it's unreasonable. Like, the Vikings are going to get the 3 seed regardless. The Niners are not going to lose. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. Ooh. I can knock his shield out of his hand. Maybe. I don't know. Every coach looks at those situations differently. Aha. Is that going to be enough to win, though? I guess they don't really care. They just need to get the... Alright, we got a bow. I feel like these controls are wrong. Oh, do I have to equip the shield first, maybe? It's a two-handed weapon. I'm not convinced the Packers are all that, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Lions find a way to win. Like I don't know, people are acting like the Packers are some super hot shit right now, and they're not. I don't think so anyway. So I don't know. I think that game kind of just... It's hard to predict right now. It being in Green Bay does suck, though. Admittedly. And this is almost like Assassin's Creed. You can climb on everything. Like, that doesn't even look climbable. And look at me go. Yeah, he's going to be better than this, but is he actually going to be good? Like, Russ has to get so much better than he was this year. So much better. What do you mean, Dota? What do you... Just a week ago, he played the worst game of his career. Like, did you see that game? Like, he played the worst game of his career just a week ago. I'm not going to get super excited about a KC defense that is terrible against the pass. I'm not seeing it. I mean, he still lost that game when he really should have been able to win it. That game was in his hands, and then he threw that pick, and then he had the, I think, the 3 and out at the end of the game when all he needed was to go kick a field goal. Like, I don't think that was an unreasonable situation for him at all, and didn't happen. Well, how long has the stream been on? However long the stream's been on. Because I've never played this game before now. Uh, Hold on, guys. My clip fell out. Yeah, there really isn't. God damn it, what's wrong with my clip? Hold on, guys. There we go. I feel like it's supposed to lock in a little better, but I'm not going to mess with it too much right now. Yeah, I saw the Saturday games got announced. I'm actually happy Titans Jags is Saturday. I don't want that to be Sunday night. That game's going to suck. I know it's compelling, but it's going to be a trash game.
You have been asleep for the past 100 years.
I'm still tired.
The beast. When the beast regains its true power, this world will face its end.
That first game is a junk game, too. I don't know why they're putting that game there. Isn't it?
Now then, you must hurry, Link. Before it's too late.
That would be my guess, Austin. It could be Bills Patriots if the Bills have something to play for, I guess. Okay, how the hell do I get down? How did I get up here? Ravens would be potentially meaningful for the Ravens, though, is the thing. Okay, is there fall damage in this game or not? Finding out the hard way. Oh, yeah, there's fall damage. If they put the Green Bay game in at Sunday Night Football, then honestly, Pete Carroll should coach the entire Rams game with no pants on in protest. You guys heard what I said? Okay, can you guys still hear me? This thing's still on? I just flicked it off and now I flicked it back on. Is it still... We still good? Okay, good. Yeah, apparently. Hand it over. Oh God, I have to follow this old man. This is going to take 8 years. Okay, he just had to walk there. Yeah, but if Herbert doesn't play, how do they score? I still kind of can't believe Chris Jones got away with slamming Russ down Roman Reigns style. Like, that was really, really obvious right in front of the ref. Okay, you can swim. This isn't like Assassin's Creed where you die when you touch the water. Like a slate. What is a sheka? I'm not using the Switch console, though. I'm using a controller. Oh, okay. Alright, we have a trial. I've heard this game, even if you're just trying to beat it, even if you're just doing like a bare bones run, is like a 70-hour game at least. I don't know if that's true or not. Ah. And David, if they do that, then I'm serious. Pete Carroll should coach the Week 18 game with no pants on the whole time. The NFL can excuse it any way they want to, but that is trying to make things as easy as possible for Green Bay. I don't care how they blow it off. Okay. So does the NFL rig the game so the Seahawks lose, so it ends up not mattering? Okay. I have a hard time believing the NFL would make it that obvious that they're trying to rig it for Rodgers. The Eagles are not going to lose again. So that's a moot point. They're not losing to the Giants, who have nothing to play for. And I think Jalen Hurts would play in that game, so I'm sure we'd lose. Yes, exactly, Austin. That's the issue. That's why it would be horse crap. Well, Robert, okay, but are you telling me every player on that team is going to be bought in? I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, Dan Campbell will want to win the game, but are the players going to be invested? Oh, you are ugly. Maybe they do Ravens Bengals. That's got to be at least possible, right? Although I guess that kind of creates the same problem where the Chargers, if they win, the Ravens know they have nothing to play for. All right, we did our first ever shrine. Okay. Bengals Ravens seems like a slam dunk for Sunday Night Football as long as it matters. Well, wait a minute. Apparently, the schedule will be announced at halftime tomorrow. So they're not even going to know when they schedule it. They're not going to know who won between the Bears and the Bengals, or Bills and Bengals. They might just go Ravens Bengals and cross their fingers. Dota, I don't know if we even can because he's only played 2 years. But I don't know. I don't know. That's a decent chunk of money for a guy who might only be able to play like 25 snaps a game. Yeah. The rumor that I've heard it is it will be announced during the game tomorrow night. Well, Dota, that's the thing. I don't think he's going to figure out how to defend the run. He's already kind of old. I feel like we would have seen something about it by now. Dude, can I kick this guy's ass? He just welched on me. This guy's a ding dong. Who's giving Lamar a mega contract? Which team is dumb enough to give him money? Like, 2 years in a row, he's been AWOL in December because his body breaks down, because of course it does. Like, is anybody really going to give him money? I wouldn't even consider it if I were a team. Unless I really, really thought I had a super team. Like, maybe the Jets do it because they convince themselves they have an elite team and only need the quarterback. All right, guys, I'm going to take a short little break here. I'll be back in a few minutes and we will continue on with more Breath of the Wild. All right, I'm back. Okay. We're still good? Cultural. Okay, we're back. Mm. Ah. Ooh. Okay, what am I looking for? Aha. I think that's one too. If it's not, it's not. Was that the one I did? Yeah, that's got to be the one I did because it's it looks different. Mm. Okay. Okay. I think we can go back down now. Fast travel. Mm. Excuse me. I mean, I'm not salty about it. It is what it is, but it was, yeah, it's not a good game. Oh, let's go to the yellow. Like, it sucked, but at the same time, the sequence of events from, like, that game and the games last year allowed us to move off Wilson when we did, and maybe that saved our franchise. Who knows? Like, maybe if we win that game, it puts us on a course of action that leads to us extending Wilson. You know, I watched some of the Russell press conference earlier today. Has anyone else noticed? Russ talks about the injuries constantly. Like he's always talking about how many guys they have injured and stuff, and I don't know. That's not the kind of rhetoric I want to hear from my player. Like it's like he's trying to basically blame the bad season on injuries. That seems to me to always be what he's trying to like hint towards. Oh, nice. Oh. It's gonna be hard for me to remember all these controls though. Like every press conference, he's like, we've got so many injuries, it's crazy, and I know. I mean, the statement is true, but like, it seems to me that he's trying to basically say, oh, that's why we suck. It's because of all these injuries. We can't help it. It's not our fault. Whoa. Whoa. What the heck are you? Oh, that was super fair. What the heck? Did I just run into somebody who was a way higher level? Who the hell was that? I have no idea how far back I'm going to go, by the way. I'm hoping this game has autosave. So was that not somewhere I was supposed to go? Okay, do I have to get anything from like my corpse? Or is that not how it works? When I die, do I drop anything I have to go pick up? I don't see anything there. Okay. But I'm assuming I'm not supposed to fight that thing yet. Because that was not particularly fair. Oh god. Another one. Leave me alone. No. Yeah, basically. You should definitely do something to make your displeasure known. I had to deal with that bullshit in LA last year. I'm not dealing with it again. I'll tell you that. Let's try the red one this time. I can't wait till I get my horse. This is a real drag, running around like this. Oh god, is it the big thing up there? I don't know if I can get up there. Look how high up it is. Oh, really? This game is like Minecraft? I see a fire over there. Oh crap, I started a forest fire. Smokey the Bear is gonna come and stick it in my pooper. Ooh, nice. Okay, how do I fast forward time? Because I don't want to stand here for the next 10 minutes waiting for the clock to run. Yeah, that's what... I mean, remember a couple years ago when the Sunday night game was Eagles Washington? When they had no idea if that game was going to mean anything, and they knew the Eagles were terrible and tanking. So I guess sometimes they do just let a shitty game in there. Hmm. Is there any way to fast forward time? Okay, I see what you're saying. If I leave this fire, though, I'm going to start taking damage, apparently. Although time is going by really quickly. Okay, can I do anything in my inventory about that? Oh. Okay, I cut down a tree. I chopped down a tree. This is like Minecraft. Okay. I might be able to make that work. It's a Nintendo game. Of course it's not on Steam. Are you insane? All Nintendo has are their first-party games. Like asking if Super Mario Brothers is on the Steam. It's pure lunacy. Oh, okay. For some reason it works now. If Nintendo ever lost their first-party games, who the hell would ever buy a Nintendo system ever again? Oh, it's just like Skyrim. You try to find the right angles to run up the side of the mountain. Oh man, look how cold it's getting. Oh snap. Did I just lose health? I think I did. Oh, look how cold I am. Oh, I can cook with the... That's interesting. I probably shouldn't be up here right now. Okay, let's run to keep my heart rate up. Oh god, I have to go even higher? No, no, this is a bad idea. I'm getting out of here. This is a very bad idea. Okay, we're not going there right now either. Well, then where do I go? Where do I go then? No. I can't go over there. Maybe I go there? That still looks like an elevated place is the problem. Okay. Yeah, so Jeremy Fowler just tweeted out that it looks bad for Jordan Brooks, but they don't know for sure yet. But he's intimating he's going to be out a long time. There was a temple where I died. Oh, you mean that place that was protected by those cannons? I'm actually supposed to go there? I thought I wasn't supposed to go there yet because I died immediately. Okay. All right. Let's give it a shot, people. Just gave me a prompt. Bite my ass. Temple of Time. Crap. I have the wrong thing equipped. Alright, while I'm here, I may as well check out this temple. Actually, I don't think that's true, David. ACLs... Players are recovering from ACLs in like 6 months these days. It's the Achilles that would ruin him. If he has the Achilles, then he's toast. It doesn't really look like there's anything here. Yeah, that's a good point. But ACLs are not what they used to be. It's the Achilles that's the killer now. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No. No, no, no. Get away from me. You can't see me. Oh! No, dude. No. I was right about to take cover. God damn it. Okay, at least it respawns me right next to where I was. Ancient shaft. Up. Is that it over there? Ah. So I am off work tomorrow. So I may play a lot of this game tomorrow during the day. Teams don't really like to do stuff like that, Dota. I think they would only do that if Tua forced their hand by, like, retiring. Like, I think that if Tua makes himself available, they're just going to keep him until they get, like, guaranteed confirmation that it's just not working. Like, for example, that's why the Wilson trade was so shocking to a lot of people. There was a conventional wisdom that you don't get rid of your quarterback until you know he's got nothing left. Most teams don't do that. Ooh. Yeah, I know, David, and who could possibly give a shit about those games right now after the playoff has started? Ooh, nice. Okay, we're definitely getting rid of something for that. Russ doesn't feel dumb. He has $250 million. Russ doesn't feel dumb at all. The Broncos feel dumb. Russ feels relieved that he got paid before it became obvious that he wasn't that good. Russ is very happy with the way things played out. A lot of people think the only reason why Russ agreed to the trade was because Denver promised they would pay him first. I have a little bit of a conspiracy theory that that's why Russ said no to the Philly trade, because wouldn't you rather go to Philly than Denver? Like, Philly has a very nice front office, very aggressive, very smart, and for Russ, and apparently Russ said, I don't want to go to Philly. And the only reason why I can think of why that might be is maybe Philly was like, we're not paying you until we see you play for us. Oh, crap. I just tried to Alu Akbar. Aloha Snack Bar. I wonder if Russ got asked any tough questions in the presser today. I didn't watch the whole thing. But I'm always really impressed by the Denver beat reporters. They just straight up go out in these press conferences and are like, hey, Russell, why do you suck? They're so mean to him. Like they do not pull punches on Russ. I mean, also Russ played okay today. Like, I don't think he played great, but he played okay. Jump was an X. That is really obnoxious. I mean, I can understand why they're mean to Russ, though. Russ is low-key, like, really toxic in those press conferences sometimes, man. Hey, Russell, why do you suck so bad, man? Hey, Russell, did you listen to the new Future album? Like, I'm waiting for somebody to ask that. If I were a beat reporter, I would ask questions like that until I got fired. Russ is the master of the sneak diss in his press conferences, man. Wasn't that hard, dude. My concern with Daryl Taylor is that the fact that he had such a high sack count this year is going to make him think that he's worth more money than he is. And he might actually ask for big time money. Like, I think that's possible. So I don't want to pay him right now. Not really. I might have been willing to pay him if he was like a 15 sack guy, but he won't even get to 10. Okay. Okay, let's find more temples, or whatever those things are called. If we draft Will Anderson, then I think we trade Taylor. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, Cowboys can still get the 1 seed. But it requires the Eagles to lose, which is not going to happen. Oh, yeah. Oh, they need the Niners to lose. Okay, I forgot about that one. I thought it was just Eagles. I really expect the Giants to rest starters. Like, what's the point? They... Hmm. There's no way Taylor's going to actually ask for an extension. Like, kiss my ass, dude. You ain't done nothing yet. Oh, God. It's really cold over there. Yeah, what the hell was that? Jared Stidham ate their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like, what was that game? Okay, what do we have here? Carson, he's the nose tackle on the Baylor Bears. He's like 350 pounds, and he's a run stuffer. I'm a fan. Ooh, can I cook? Alright, let's try to not cook like Russ. No, I don't want to sit. I want to cook. Is this not how it works? This looks like a place where you cook. If I know anything about video games, this is like a place where you go when you want to cook food. Oh, I have to hold the food. Oh, nice. I think the Vikings might rest their starters, except they sucked against the Packers. Maybe they want to get the taste of that game out of their mouth. That would be my one wonder, you know? Okay. But every coach looks at things differently. Maybe O'Connell decides to bench his starters anyway. It's really hard to know. A critter? How do I get a critter? What the hell is a critter? Oh, nice. Okay. Ah, okay, the bugs. Okay, I didn't know I could catch those. That's interesting. Okay, I need to find another one of those temple things. Is that one up there? It looks like it. And I think that is. Can I get over there? It is almost nighttime, though. Ooh, bridge. Yes. Please let me... Can I use that bridge? Doesn't look like it's complete. Shoot. Okay. Oh. Oh, where'd you come from? I don't know if I can do anything. I don't think so. Well, yeah, Dota, except for the fact no one will ever hire you again, right? Like, presumably some of these coaches want to be able to do this for a long time. Like, if they do that, then you're not getting another job in the NFL. Crap, it's too cold. Okay. Uh, I need to find another temple. Can't get over there. Can't get over there either because it's... Well, maybe now I can. Let's try. I mean, Jeff Saturday was brought in just so the Colts could goof around, I think. I'm sure they didn't actually think that was going to work. How the hell do the Vikings play a game where Justin Jefferson only has one catch? What malpractice by the offensive coordinate play caller and Kirk Cousins? Good Lord. All right, I'll try to go to the one at the top of the mountain with the gear that with some of the food that I have, but I feel like I'm not supposed to go up there yet. Maybe I'll chill by the fire for a minute to at least make it daytime. Yes. Yeah, Brady played good today. I missed most of the game. By the way, did you guys see the 80 for Brady commercial? They finally had a commercial for it. It looks really bad. You know what I don't understand? If you're going to go through the trouble of making a movie, even a movie with a dumb premise like that, why not put effort into it? Just because the movie has a dumb premise doesn't mean it has to be, like, bad. Okay. Now it's cold, so... Now... And honestly, does the title even make sense? Are the women even 80 years old? Are they doing it for their 80th birthday? Like, why is it called that? Well, yeah, I know, but like, it doesn't even sound like, I don't know, it doesn't, the title doesn't even really make sense for me. Hey, why won't those barrels explode? This is video gaming 101. At least I killed all of them, too. Yeah, I actually went to see Avatar the other day and I saw a poster for the movie, so I was like, okay, they are actually making it. It's not getting shelved. Oh, nice. Oh god, this is going to take 3 years. I'm going to run out of cold resistance. Okay, I think I just need to eat one of these, which is kind of a waste. But it's either that or I start taking damage. Ooh, it's Thor's hammer. Very nice. Oh, right. Okay. Um, Tomlin just will not go away. Ever. Aha. Like, you cannot get rid of him. He's just going to be coaching for another 50 years. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Dota. That's what I've been saying. All these people who are like, oh, the Bears are definitely going to take Jalen Carter. It's like, they have real problems every single position on their team. They don't have. Do they have any good players on that team? Like, I'm serious. Like, genuinely good players? Is there a single good player on that team? And honestly, even if you say, like, okay, do they have young guys with potential? Very, very few. Very, very few. They could do anything, and it wouldn't surprise me. Alright, stasis trial, huh? Alright, let's see what our power is. For whatever it's worth, my best friend is a Bears fan, and he said he'd kill himself if they took a quarterback. He loves Fields. Uh-huh. Okay. Stasis. I'm going to take a short break, guys. Going to use the facilities. When I get back, we will do probably another hour of this. So see you guys soon. Okay, we are back. Well, Archie Manning's not going to be in the draft until 2026, so honestly, the timeline might match up. That's not completely unreasonable. They just need to wait several years. Oh, yeah, there are things wrong with Twitch. They only do... Actually, sometimes it's not even a 50-50 split. Like, okay. Let me pause for a second here. Okay, when I get a new channel member on YouTube, I get 70% of the money. So a $2 channel membership, I get like, what? $1.40. So 70%. The $5 members, I get $3 and something. It would be $3.50, I think. Yeah, $3.50. On Twitch, they take 50, sometimes more. So like when I get a sub on Twitch, which is what, $5, I get less than $2.50. I think. That's one problem. There has been a big push for Twitch to adopt the YouTube model, but they won't do it. In fact, they actually went the other way and started retroactively making it so even Twitch partners only get 50% because the big time Twitch partners would get 70%, but then they started changing it. And now they're trying to incentivize their streamers to run more ads to make up for it, which creates a worse user experience because the ads on Twitch are intrusive, which is why I do things the way that I do, where I just leave when the ads play. Things like that. Yeah, I did see that, Macho. I don't do that really, so I'm okay, but it is horse crap for the people who do care about that stuff, of which there are many. But I get it. Advertisers don't necessarily want to be associated with videos where it's that obviously not for kids. Advertisers want to be associated with a certain standard. Okay, here we go. Good question. That I don't know. Yeah, let's do a claymore. Oh wow, that was an easy temple. Took me less than 10 minutes. The thing is, it screws over the caustic critics. Guys like Angry Joe. This change kind of screws them over because that's their whole model. To just act like belligerent jackasses all the time. Like, I, I honestly don't know if the Angry Video Game Nerd still makes YouTube videos, but if he did, that would be bad, right? Because his intro song immediately starts swearing. Okay. So now we have three. How many of those are there? How many shrines are there here? Because I've done three. Is there another one over here? I guess I should head there anyway because there's nothing else to do. Nothing. So I guess I'll just head over there and hope there's one over there. I guess. I still have like 10 minutes of cold resistance left. Really, you'll fall if you run out of gas, huh? Yeah, I think I saw all of them, Macho. I may have missed one, but I feel like there's gotta be one over there. So I'm gonna go for it. Wow, climbing is hard work on our boy here. Check this out. Man, this game's huge. Are these all areas I can eventually go to? Is this game bigger than, like, Elden Ring? I wonder. Probably not. It's on a Switch cartridge. Can't be that big. Looks good, too. God, you know, this makes it so pathetic how many Switch games look like dog shit. Like, this game looks fine. SMT5 looked fine. And then you have, like, Switch games like Pokemon that look like complete garbage. They look like a PS2 game. Like, why are the developers not putting more effort into that shit? Why do the games always look like dick? Like, there was a part of me that wanted to get the new Pokemon game because it looks interesting, but I just don't want to reward Nintendo for making such a lackluster product. Like, it's 2023, guys. Make a game that actually looks like it was made in 2023. Oh, yeah? Good call, Santi. I took my Vita onto the plane earlier this month, but I screwed up. I didn't realize I had almost beaten my game. So on the way to Vegas, I beat my game, and then I didn't really have anything to do for the trip back because I couldn't download a new game from hotel Wi-Fi. It wasn't good enough. Okay. How do... Wait, how do I bring up my thing again? No. No. Okay. Oh, there we go. I'm an idiot. How could I forget? Yeah. I actually had a perfectly good Vita game sitting at home. I would have taken it with me if I knew I was so close to beating the game I was playing. But, yeah. So, I wasn't able to do anything on the way home. So I screwed up. So make sure you bring enough. Yeah, but anyway, if Austin's still in the chat, I don't know if Austin's still in the chat. There are other issues with Twitch too. Those are just kind of the things that directly affect me. There's also the fact of, what they allow on their platform compared to YouTube, which, there are some positives to being a little more, free with what you allow on your platform. But there are also some negatives too. Like look at all the titty streamers on Twitch, Damn it. Oh, crap. No, I'm dead. You asshole. Yeah, I don't know about Clint Hurt yet. What? Okay, at least I didn't die, but why did that happen? That's... I think Twitch is more authoritarian than YouTube, but it's arguable. Honestly, they might both be basically the same. I think the main difference might be on YouTube, they're probably not going to just demonetize you for no reason. They're going to demonetize you for a reason. On Twitch, I feel like they're more likely to just do stuff for no reason. And also, maybe this makes me sound a little scummy, but I can make a little more money here than I could on YouTube, I think. I mean, we're talking very, very little, but I think I can make more money here compared to what I was making on video game streams on YouTube. I will say, if Twitch goes a bad way, I'll just go back to YouTube. I'll make a new YouTube account. But it's gonna be really hard to get started over on YouTube. Like, takes it'll take probably several years to even get monetized, and then it'll take years to even make real money. Not that I'm making real money here, but it's harder to search for game streaming on YouTube, so less people are gonna find me. So growth will be slower in theory. Like, I streamed Lego Star Wars a few days ago, right? Most of you were probably here for that stream. And I picked up like 3 new followers in 3 hours from people who like Lego Star Wars and wanted to watch somebody who was streaming it. Aha. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. Remember Mixer at all? I've heard of it, but it doesn't really mean anything to me. Oh, okay. Alright, how do we get up there, huh? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Okay, wait a minute. Can I use... No, I can't. Isn't D-Live still out there? You can stream on D-Live, right? I actually wasn't even expecting that to work, really. Doesn't... Google owns YouTube, right? And Amazon owns Twitch. That's kind of all you need to know. I didn't hear his name. Hey, Snacks, what's up? Like, actually, if I recall, I believe YouTube, or maybe, no, I think it's Twitch, loses money, but they're backed by Amazon, so it's okay. Well, I guess you're going to get a really good night off then, Snacks. So there's that. Oh, okay. Sure, be cryptic, asshole. Okay, where are the shrines? Duh, 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 duh. So basically the Temple of Time. I remember Justin TV. I remember doing some basketball commentary on it. Nothing serious, but it was fun. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Twitch takes 50% of sub money, and YouTube only takes 30% of membership money. Like, that's a pretty big difference. The fact that Twitch can't match YouTube is kind of sad, TBH. Like, I think that's why YouTube has actually got a real good chance of maybe taking the streaming market away from Twitch. That's the one thing that could kill Twitch if YouTube takes over. I think that can happen. $100,000 seems very cheap. That guy should have gotten like 100 million. Do they have any idea how much money they would have lost in a lawsuit if that bug wasn't discovered in time? Hmm. Yeah, Dodo, we were talking about that the other night. Thought I had to give the spirit orbs to the dude who wanted for the paraglider. Where the hell is he? Why is this guy being such a pain in the ass? I haven't done anything to him. So is anybody here working tomorrow? Because I'm not, but I don't know if it's an observed holiday or not. I took the day off just in case it's not. But is it an observed holiday? Okay, I probably got it by default anyway, but I do plan on streaming for a good chunk of the day tomorrow because it's my last day off before I get back to work. Well, you know, not President's Day, MLK Day is coming up, but you know what I mean, part of my vacation.
Well done there, young one. Now then, the time has come to show you who I truly am. I was King Rome Bosphoramos Hyrule.
Oh, it's King Harkinian.
I was the last leader of Hyrule.
He's going to tell me to scrub all the floors in Hyrule.
Exists. The Great Calamity was merciless. It devastated everything.
Yeah, it's
in
King
its
Harkinian.
path. Lo, a century ago. It was then that my life was taken away from me. And since that time, here I have remained in spirit form. I did not think it wise to overwhelm you while your memory was still fragile. So rather than that, I thought it best to assume a temporary form. Forgive me. I think you are now ready. Ready to hear what happened 100 years ago. To know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must know the story from an age long past. The Demon King was born into this kingdom, but his transformation into malice created the horror you see now. Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. But there was also a prophecy. The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear, and the power to oppose it lies dormant beneath the ground. We decided to heed the prophecy and began excavating large areas of land. It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics.
No, I was never scared the Broncos were going to win.
Ancestors. These relics, the divine beasts, were giant machines piloted by warriors. We also found the Guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously. This coincided with ancient legends, oft repeated throughout our land. We also learned of a princess with a sacred power, and her appointed knight, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. It was they who sealed Ganon away using the power of these ancient relics. 100 years ago,
I don't think Jerry Rosberg is an
inherited
offensive-minded
sacred
coach. He's a
power
special
and
teams
skilled
coach.
knight at her side. It was clear that we must follow our ancestors' path. We selected 4 skilled individuals from across Hyrule and tasked them with the duty of piloting the divine beasts. With the princess as their commander, we dubbed these pilots champions, a name that would solidify their unique bond. The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing away Ganon. But nay.
Yeah, I don't get it. Korean played good last year.
And he responded with a plan beyond our imagining.
Alright, exposition dump. Let's go. Yeah,
We
Forsyth was
appeared from
fine.
deep below Hyrule Castle, seize control of the Guardians and the Divine Beasts.
How could you not see that coming, you idiot?
The champions lost their lives, those residing in the castle as well. The appointed knight, bravely wounded, collapsed while defending the princess. And thus, the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon.
Is Calamity Ganon like Calamity
However,
Jane?
the princess survived to face Ganon alone.
Okay, I've played very few Zelda games in my life. I didn't know Zelda ever did any fighting. I thought Zelda just sat there and got kidnapped like Princess Peach. Now my front
Princess
hurts.
was my own daughter, my dear Zelda. And the courageous knight who protected her right up to the very end. That knight was none other than you, Link. You fought valiantly when your fate took an unfortunate turn.
Take the Triforce of Courage to protect
You were
you.
taken to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here you now stand, revitalized 100 years
Sorry
later.
guys, I'm gonna do Zelda CDI
Words
memes.
of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening are from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, as she works to restrain Ganon from within Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens, Ganon will freely regenerate himself, and nothing will stop him from consuming our land. Considering that I could not save my own kingdom, I have no right to ask this of you, Link. But I am powerless here. You must save her, my daughter, and do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon. Somehow, Ganon has maintained control over all 4 divine beasts, as well as those guardians swarming around Hyrule Castle. I believe it would be quite reckless for you to head directly to the castle at this point. I suggest that you make your way east out to one of the villages in the wilderness. Follow the road out to Kakariko Village. There you will find the Elder Impa. She will tell you more about the path that lies ahead. Consult the map on your Sheikah slate for the precise location of Kakariko Village. Make your way past the twin summits of the dueling peaks. From there, follow the road as it proceeds north.
Okay, are you gonna explain why I slept for 100 years? Like, that doesn't... Why would I do that? I got hurt. Okay. Why did that make me sleep for 100 years? Why wouldn't I just go see a doctor? I'm being facetious right now, by the way. But 100 years? Like, I don't think the pits of Lazarus take that long. Alright, let's try it. Oh, nice. Isn't this kind of like in the new Mario Kart games? The levitating things you can use? Or the paragliders you use when you do a jump? Okay, I think I need more hearts. My own clone. All Adams' problem is not a lack of heart. It's he doesn't need a heart. He needs like a functioning skeleton. Wait, why am I getting attacked by so much stuff? Is it because it's night? Or is this just normal? Beast Mod, welcome. Haven't seen you around here before. What's up, my man? Damn it. Screw off. I need to go take a nap then or something. I don't want to waste all my stamina of my weapons. I need a fireball or something. I'm sorry, not, a fire, a campfire. That's true. Hope I get a horse eventually, because traversing this map is going to take years. I hope eventually I unlock like a horse of some sort. Even Shadow of the Colossus gave me a horse. Shit. No. Okay. Okay, let's do a... Okay, this'll do. Oh, it broke. All right, 1 second, guys. Yeah, I know, Macho. I wasn't sure what to expect from the running game either. Okay.
Alright.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, so having fun with Zelda?
Well, so far it seems pretty good. It's a slower game. It's definitely a game you have to work on to really grasp everything. It's almost got some like Red Dead Redemption 2 elements where like at night you get cold when you climb a mountain, it gets cold and you lose HP unless you're wearing clothes or you eat
Yeah,
stuff, stuff like that.
yeah. When the game came out, a lot of people were raving over how extraordinary it was. The open world gameplay aspects, and I'm sitting there like, you didn't expect that from a Zelda game, but you know, when I wake up, man, my God, let me tell you, when I woke up, I do the same thing. I always do check on my social media. I look at YouTube. Now, I almost never have any YouTube comments, people talking to me at all. So when I look at YouTube, that's not even close to what I'm doing. I just see the notifications are lit up as I was intending to go look at some videos. And I have 14 fucking notifications. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I look at it and I had 14 fucking people respond to me while I was asleep because there was a video that was about this show called The Crown, which was supposed to be like some Netflix original kind of period drama through the life of Queen Elizabeth.
Right.
And of course, it was made while she was still alive because they're on season 5 right now.
I'm familiar with the show. I've never seen it, but I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, but there's a scene in the show that reflected a real life event. Now, the real life event was very different. The real life event is some guy who had a mental illness broke into Buckingham Palace, and they had all the alarms and all the security should have been able to realize that he was there and to grab him. But they thought it was a false alarm because no one had ever tried to do anything like this. So the guy broke into Buckingham Palace, and he actually just wanders into the Queen's bedroom. And the Queen notices him immediately, and she runs out of there screaming and immediately alerts security, and they pinch the guy and place him under arrest. So in the show, the guy, when he gets into the Queen's bedroom, he starts talking to her about his issues that he has with Margaret Thatcher as Prime Minister, and the Queen actually engages him on it. And then the show just has like the Queen and he have like a 10-minute back and forth over politics.
Huh.
So in the video, someone leaves behind a comment related to something that was said sounded very reminiscent of fascism, and then someone responded to that by saying that what was said sounded much similar to communism. So then I show up and I say, fascism and communism really doesn't have that many differences if you look at the people who were prominent fascists during that time in the world where that was actually a legitimate system of government, the 30s and 40s. A lot of those guys, guys like Benito Mussolini in Italy, who pretty much invented fascism, Adolf Hitler, of course, is very well pronounced. However, a lot of people, for some reason, never want to fucking ever look at it. But the dude talks about it all the time in Mein Kampf. Plus, there's multiple different fucking videos and pictures of him being part of state funerals to prominent German communists back during the time of the Weimar Republic, before the Nazi Party was formed. But nobody ever wants to look at those. And Oswald Mosley, who was a fascist in Britain, and all these guys, before they became fascists early on in their political careers, they were socialists. They identified as Marxists. Mussolini was trying to bring about a communist revolution in Italy, and realizing that people weren't really fond of communism because of the association with the Soviet Union, which really was not popular, he then decided to create fascism, which he felt would work better for the Italian culture. And he went on at length as saying that he didn't think that fascism would be able to work in any other country because he designed fascism to only be able to work in Italy. Then you have Hitler saying stuff in Mein Kampf like, he thinks that the only difference between Marxism and Nazism is Nazism's focus on the racial element, the racial component. And he says that's what we are going to have to focus on if we want to have any political success. Otherwise, Marxism is just going to beat us at its own game because all we're really trying to do is just copy them. He says that shit in Mein Kampf. And so that's, I just made the YouTube comment. I was like, you know, communism and fascism really aren't that different. In fact, if you look at prominent fascists back then, you'll find a lot of them got their start in communism. You know, it'd be nice for you to look into that kind of shit. So when I wake up, I have 14 fucking notifications on YouTube of 14 angry socialists who are all screaming at me. Like, just because National Socialism is socialism in the name doesn't mean it's really socialism. And, like, people fucking screeching at me, telling me that the Nazi Germany was a capitalist nation and all this other kind of shit. I'm just reading all this. I'm like, dude, holy fuck. Like, these people went ape shit. And, you know, you look at their accounts and they're, like, morbidly obese. They use Reddit. They're in college still, of course. They're in their fucking early 20s. It's the same thing every time. So I was just surprised I got that much fucking attention by... Because I leave comments on videos all the time. And I say outlandish shit, trying to bait people. And I get no responses. And then I just say something there.
Yeah, I know what you
I
mean.
actually baited people. And I was like, whoa, gee, Christ.
There you go.
So Union formed 100 years ago, like recently, 2 to 3 weeks ago was the anniversary. Oh, what a shame. Well, how about a moment of silence, gang, for all the victims of communism throughout the world?
It is with a heavy heart that I must announce that the women are at it again.
Gentlemen, it is with great sadness that I must inform you that we... I love that little picture. But, yeah, I don't know, man.
Now, I guess that passes for a productive day in some circles.
Well, that's one of the questions you have to ask yourself, Macho, is whether or not you're actually studying Marxism or you're studying what someone else's interpretation of it is. Marxism is coming very close to being a religion in this world due to how many different people have different interpretations on it, while the original text that was written by the guy who created the fucking thing is still readily available. But one of the best ways to understand where people's interpretations of different things come from, and also to see just how the world actually is, but to start to see what's considered forbidden knowledge based off of how many people say shit like, no, 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 you can't think about that, you can't talk about that. Oh, you actually read the Communist Manifesto, Das Kapital, that kind of shit? Well, that's good, getting you into the right direction of being able to see what the dude actually wrote. My concern would be a contemporary college course, then trying to get you to interpret what it is that you've read. The advice that I would give you is the same advice that I give to everybody, which is smile and nod, agree with everything that the professor says so that you can get a good grade, but gotta help you if you ever actually express your real opinion. College is no longer a place for the discussion of opinions and for people to consider alternative points of view and to expand their minds. College is just for you to get a piece of paper, which is considered job training in some industries. And just, yeah, just keep your head down.
Unfortunately, that is probably the best way to go through. I remember I had friends who were attending the University of Houston. This was like maybe 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And one of the students, not a friend of mine, but somebody at the university, I guess, posted "All Lives Matter" on the some sort of college message board, and she had to like attend, I don't know what it was, like some kind of sensitivity training for a couple weeks, or she wouldn't be able to graduate. And I always kind of thought to myself, you know, I'd probably just drop out at that point.
Yeah. Nah, because when I was younger, when I was going to college the first time, I went to college straight out of high school. And I'm a very opinionated person and I like to argue with people. For me, it's fun. because of all that, when I first went to college, excuse me, sorry, that just came on me out of nowhere. I didn't even feel it was fucking coming. I didn't have time to mute my mic.
No problem.
Well, when I went to college the first time, it was back in 2010. I just wanted to argue with people, and I thought that college was supposed to be about a place for, you know, expanding your mind, discussing things, alternative points of view, and all that. So I thought arguing was good. And in some ways it was, because I didn't get into trouble, but I recoil in horror and cringe anytime I think back to what I did back then, because I'm like, man, I could have gotten into a lot of trouble really quick if I did that shit nowadays. But the thing that woke me up in the sense of like, I need to stop doing that and I need to never do this at college ever again was in fucking, it was 2012. This guy got arrested. Is no bullshit, fucking arrested. Because first campus security pinches him, then they call the cops, and the cops come up and they fucking put him in the back. He's still got handcuffs on him, and they fucking cart him off to jail. This dude got arrested on Valentine's Day. Here's why. He shows up to school with like 72 roses or some shit. Like, it was a bunch of roses. He's handing them out. And now what he does is like autistic, but it's not harmful, not in my eyes. He hands out a rose, you know, to a girl that he thinks is pretty. He's like, "Hi, here's a rose. Happy Valentine's Day. Would you be my girlfriend?" And then they just tell him no. And he was doing that like at the in front of the little school cafeteria. He was just doing that for like an hour. He got arrested for harassment. And I was like, it's fucking Valentine's Day. The dude is a lonely, autistic, fucking college nerd. Like, this is probably his first time talking to women ever. I can understand how women are uncomfortable being approached in that way and that they don't like it. But that dude actually went to jail and now he's got that on his record for the rest of his life. He's fucking 19 and had autism. I'm like, that's completely inappropriate. To punish him like that is completely inappropriate. What he did is just like, how could you possibly expect him to know better? Plus, what he was doing really isn't that big of a fucking bother in the first place. You know, he just gives a random lady he doesn't know a flower, and he says, "Hi, you're really pretty. Happy Valentine's Day. Would you be my girlfriend?" That was it. Because, like, obviously all of them said no. So since they said no, he said, "Oh, okay. Have a nice day. Happy Valentine's Day." Then he'd move on. He'd go hand another one out. So I find out all this about it because, you know, I start asking around about what had happened because I saw the dude getting carted off by police. I'm like, oh shit. So, you know, I start Googling. I'm all like, you know, he got arrested. Well, what the hell happened here? I'm talking to people over the course of the next few days. You know, I'm hearing all this different shit coming in. And I'm like, what the fuck? So this is back in 2012 this happens. And I realized from then on, I'm all like, I need to be very careful about what I say and what I do here. Because if something that seems that innocent and that not big of a deal to me ends up getting a dude arrested, then there's plenty of other things that I do that I view as not being a big deal or being innocent or being, you know, not a problem that could potentially offend other people, and then it's me getting fucking carted out of here in handcuffs.
Well, like trying to pick up women at Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, don't tell the police that you know the only reason that you're there as a 35-year-old man is because it's the best bang for your buck in town. You just can't beat the deals on the pizza there. That is it's not gonna work. Oh man, I'm gonna watch the video where that's from because it's, oh man, it was hilarious. It's from this YouTube group called 5 Second Films. I used to be huge fans of these guys.
Whoa, I just got one hit killed by this prick? That's not fair. Like, I understand getting one hit KO'd by the Guardians, but getting one hit KO'd by whatever the hell that was? Hell no.
That's only a 9-second long video, so hopefully you got time to watch it.
I'll check it out after this stream, probably. Oh, damn it, I have to kill these pricks again.
Alright, well, anyway, like I said, 9-second video, so I'll just describe it to you. It's called New Teacher's Nickname, and it's a black and white film, because it was like back in the day or whatever. And the new teacher is introducing himself to the class, and he says, "My name is Randall, but you can call me by my nickname, Big Fuck." And it shows the chalkboard behind him. It just has Big Fuck written on it, and he does a pelvic thrust when he says it. So then there's a school representatives in the room there with him, and she just goes, "No, they can't, Randall." Then he goes, "Was it the thrust? Well, I'm fired," and that's it. But what I'm talking about comes from the description, which is Randall managed to stick around campus for a few more weeks until he was ejected for visiting a Chuck E. Cheese without an accompanying child. No one would listen to his excuses about the pizza buffet simply being the best bang for your buck in town. Also, back then they called it Charles the Rat's Assorted Amusements and Chicanery.
That's pretty good.
Sorry, I've been ignoring much. Let me catch up on what I said. Yeah, I just regurgitated everything that was said in the class. That's what you want to do, always, 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 always. I had an English class once, and I got an A+ in it. I had almost a perfect grade in that class. And my teacher was a balding, middle-aged, overweight guy who still thought that he was young and cool and hip because he was in a punk rock band in the same band of fucking boomers since he was
Oh,
18 and he
hold
was like
up.
40.
Yeah, hold on
Yeah.
1 second. I gotta step away for a second, and I'm gonna have to run some ads, so we'll continue this in a moment.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be. Alright, back now.
Just about. Just about. Give me 1 second here. Just give me like another 10 seconds here to set up completely. Okay, we are back.
Alrighty. So, like I was saying, the guy I had who was my English professor is a total loser. Most people who are English teachers are total losers because it's sort of like how a lot of people who end up being writers for comic books or video games are extremely pissed off because they got their start in this industry wanting to get involved in television and movies, but they couldn't make it. They didn't have the connections, they didn't have the talent. Did you just drown? That's
Yes, I did.
hilarious.
I did not
That
know
is
you could do
hilarious.
that. Okay.
So, you know, they aspire to something more, so then they ended up just having to settle for comic books or video games, and it fucking shows in the way that they behave and the stuff that they actually write. Now, English teachers are very similar because odds are good that when they first started going to school, even if they wanted to be a teacher, they wanted to be a teacher in something else, and they ended up just kind of having to settle for that because it was less demanding intellectually, and something involved in the sciences, or especially if they end up being a teacher for like middle school or high school. Man, it's like you just gotta fucking take the L on that one. It's just awful. So anyway, so this fucking guy, um, total loser, you know, balding, overweight, middle-aged, like 45-year-old dude who's been in the same punk rock band since he was 18, still thinks he's out there fighting the power, and uh, constantly, you know, anytime anybody who would voice any kind of an opinion that wasn't, you know, the narrative, you know, so much for that punk rock shit. So like, I'm laughing at this dude constantly because I'm like, man, imagine, imagine listening to a band that literally calls themselves Rage Against the Machine, and yet you're in lockstep with the machine. That is insane to me. And this was back in fucking 2013, so it's only gotten worse and more pronounced since then. So, when I was in that dude's class, I got a super A, like damn near perfect grade in the class because I just regurgitated everything that he said right back to him, which was all he wanted. All he wanted was to think that he was being a good little socialist and just brainwashing people into going into the world and thinking his exact same fucking bullshit. And I'm all like, dude, no. It was nuts.
Doesn't Rage Against the Machine, like, suck anyway? Aren't they pretty establishment at the
Yes.
end of the day?
Yeah, like I said, since 2013, it's just gotten even more pronounced and like a hell of a lot worse. You find this happens like Henry Rollins. I love Henry Rollins as an actor. I love almost everything that he's been in. I fucking love the dude as an actor. But as a person and as a musician, not the same. Because he also is big into punk rock and he's had a punk rock band since like the 80s and he still thinks that he's getting back at Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. Because his opponent is still 1980s conservatism. And it has long since the world has changed and left him behind, and he just doesn't want to accept that. And he's still, you know, because they'll use, you know, punk rock vernacular, but they're saying shit that's just lockstep with the narrative, the mainstream media, mega corporations, and all this kind of shit. I'm all like, how is it that you can have the same exact opinion as multi-billion-dollar corporations, all of the corporate news media in the world, and the vast majority of the incumbent governments throughout the Western world, and yet you think that you're the resistance? Doesn't make any sense to me.
You know, when I went to UW, Macho, it's funny. I had one professor who, one of the lessons he taught one day was that stereotypes are a good thing. I wonder how much longer he lasted because I was going back in like 2010. This is like 2010. And I remember he was teaching things like, there's nothing wrong with seeing the old Asian lady driving in the lane next to you and immediately having your guard up. Wonder how long that lasted. Just randomly remembered that.
Ooh, goddamn, that was a huge play.
So, I don't know about you, but I have never played a 3D Zelda before, really. I am not a Zelda person. I did not grow up with Zelda. So, I really didn't know what to expect going into this game.
I have never played any Zelda. I have watched, but never played any Zelda. 3D or 2D, whatever, doesn't matter.
Hey, Six Flags. Yeah, I mean, so far this seems good. I like this. It's definitely a game that takes its time, but I respect that. It's just there's this kind of dichotomy between a game that is clearly trying to really take its time, like a Red Dead Redemption type game is, and then you have a game that has a very cartoony graphic style. And I think there is a little bit of an adjustment to that. You're like, you see a game that looks like this, and you expect something like, I don't know, Jack and Daxter or Spyro the Dragon, that's immediately easily accessible. And no, this game is more like Red Dead Redemption or Elden Ring.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts because for a very long time Zelda's been very oriented towards kids, and especially with the art style. You know, a lot of people the first thing they think of be like the Wind Waker, but Zelda is not exactly popular towards new generations of gamers. It's not really capturing the kid audience the same way that people assume that it is. What it's capturing is the audience that it has continued to have its entire lifespan, and they aren't kids anymore. They're now, 30-year-old guys who are bald, so they shave their heads, and then they grew out a beard, and then they have thick black rimmed glasses.
They use words like adulting.
Yes. And pretty much every single one of you can imagine who I'm talking about in your head because that look is so common that pretty much everyone in the Western world knows at least one guy who fits that bill description. So that guy is Zelda's audience. That's not just their current audience, that has been the audience that they have always had, because when they were originally marketing the game to kids, that was when they were kids. As they get older, the demand for a a darker and a more mature Zelda game comes along. So that's how you ended up with they try to do Twilight Princess and the art design and the way that the game was from there. And then it eventually culminated in this game, which still has like the cartoony graphics, but like you're saying, it's incredibly in depth. It's extremely robust open world game system. How could this possibly be catered towards an 8-year-old child?
It's not.
Exactly. Supposedly the target audience. No. It's so I think that the art style is like that for familiarity sake, but because I mean, imagine if Red Dead 3 came out and it was like a cartoon.
Yeah, yeah, that would be a problem.
It would be extremely strange. Uh, so even if you could sit there and say that a less cartoonish aesthetic would appeal more to the people who are actually playing this game, to the people who are actually the market for this game, I think it's just for familiarity's sake. This is the title of the book we had to purchase for my first year writing seminar class. White fragility, why it's so hard for white people to talk about racism. That's funny because white people are almost the only people who talk about racism.
Yeah, Gavin McInnes had a bit about that. He was talking about, you know, that TV show slash movie called Dear White People.
Yeah.
He was talking about that, and he was like, you know, whenever you hear somebody say something like "Dear white people," it's always a white person talking to another white person. Black people don't talk like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you look at well, there's a couple things I could say. Hold on a second.
Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, there's
Anyway,
no way I'm
so
going to be able to scale that.
like it's annoying and it's like brain rotting to have to read shit like that and have to deal with it. But again, what you're doing, and this is, I don't know what you're majoring in, Macho, but like this is why the only purpose for college nowadays is when you're getting a degree in something that is demonstrably and immediately financially viable. Because you are wasting your time, your money, and your life if you go to college for any reason other than to consider job training. Because way too many people get a degree in some sort of crazy liberal arts field, and then they end up getting like $200,000 of student loan debt, and then the best thing that they can do is just get some job which just required them to have a degree. It didn't matter what field it was in. They're just like, well, we demand a bachelor's degree, so then they just spend their whole life in like fucking HR or some shit, and just like fucking hate themselves. I was majoring at the time in history, teacher, education, in a liberal arts school. I could understand that. I also really love history, and there was a part of my life where I considered being a history teacher too. The thing is, exactly, it cost me $44,000 for that. Exactly. I didn't want to get into that kind of debt because, like, I'm in student loan debt. I have a little bit, but it's enough that if Biden gets his way, that'll wipe out. But even if it doesn't, I haven't had to make a payment on this shit since like fucking March of 2020, which is hilarious. I only have $7,700 of debt, so it's not that bad. Certainly way better than fucking 44 grand. And if I continued to want to try to be a history teacher and continue along with that shit, I would have had to get those student loans, would have had to end up in that same situation. And for what? To be a teacher? Teachers don't make any fucking money. So I'm a guy, like, what you have to do is you have to ask yourself, too many people do not do this. You have to ask yourself what's important to you in your life, not related to work. It's like, what do you want out of life that has nothing to do with a job? You have to ask yourself that because the job is supposed to get you there. Anybody who lives for their work lives a miserable life. It's your life should be not about the 9 to 5, it should be about the 5 to 9. You was enough of switcher. Exactly. So, I sit there and I decide, well, I want to have a family. I do not want to have a family. I can't support a family if I'm a fucking teacher. Dude, that sucks.
I know a girl, she's a little older than me, who ended up getting her PhD in, I think, some kind of religious studies field. I remember she even went to Ireland to study it. She invested probably a decade of her time into this, and then she found out, you know what, I could get paid more doing nanny work. I mean, she kind of knew that was going to be the case. She was partially doing it out of love, but she was surprised when she got out with her PhD in religious studies and found out, oh, there's no money here whatsoever.
Right.
So yeah.
Just right. Just like another thing that you have to think about, which is something that I didn't think about because at the time it was unthinkable. Before COVID came along, nobody envisioned a situation where the entire world would shut down and people would agree with the concept. And that it would stay shut down for as long as it did, and that things would just like never go back to being the same ever again. So initially, I gave up on college and decided to get involved in construction because I didn't want to work in an office. I viewed the whole thing as boring. I like working with my hands.
Oh,
And and oh, that's a fucking rock monster you're trying to.
holy
That's hilarious.
shit. What is this, the never-ending story?
Yes.
Anyway, go ahead.
Actually, that this particular situation reminds me more of Galaxy Quest.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm not going to try to fight that thing. No way, no how. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, good lord. Yeah, and that's exactly what these people want you to think, because college is designed to suck money out of the populace because of the way that student loans are designed. Who could possibly get denied for a student loan? Pretty much what you do is you just apply for the fucking financial aid and they just fucking hand it to you. They don't decline anybody for any reason. The reason for that is because student loans are federally backed by the government. They're one of very few debts that you can incur that are not removed from declaring bankruptcy. So, if you get student loans, you pretty much have that shit for life. That's why the whole thing that Biden's been trying to do, forgive the student loan debt, has been so surprising to people, but at the same time not surprising because wouldn't you know it, as soon as the election was over, some judge came out and said it was unconstitutional, and it's been at that point ever since. You know, it's pretty much not gonna get that stuff wiped out. So, the purpose then of college is to get as many people to go as you possibly can, because all of them can, at the worst case scenario, get those student loans and just give you free money. So all colleges care about is just having more people in. Yeah, there were a lot of retards like that, and a lot of people who are really upset. And that's the funny thing, is to sit there and have the judge do it. Is now people are like, well, yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna turn this into a political discussion. We're talking about college here, so you have to be thinking in terms of what's gonna make you money. Because it's a horrible shame to end up wasting so many years of your life and just not be any better off for it.
Rock monster. I gotta get out of here. How can there be more than one rock monster? This isn't fair. I mean, I had to go to college to do what I wanted to do, more or less. My parents really wanted me to do grad school. I am very happy to say that I did not do that. That would have been a huge waste. In the computer science field, the difference between having a bachelor's and a master's is not particularly significant. In my, from what I've seen, like once you're in, you're in.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm hoping on too, because as you know, as I've been reading and people are talking about how important certifications are, the difference between having an associate's degree and a bachelor's degree doesn't appear to be that significant. That's what I'm hoping on, because I don't want to keep going to school.
Yeah. I mean, like, at the end of the day, wherever you end up working, are you really going to care that much about the company? Are you really going to be super invested in them making as much money as possible, and you're going to wear their logo on your shirt with pride? Or are you just interested in getting paid? Like I don't think very many people really care that much about the company they work for.
Right. And that's it's a very conflicting set of cultures, because the people who are giving you advice is like your parents, who are boomers and don't fucking know any better, because they don't have any clue the experiences that you're going through. There are a lot of experiences you're going through that they do have a clue about, and there's a lot that they don't. As you get older, you start to realize more and more what it is that they don't have a clue about. So instead of resenting your parents, like a lot of people our age do, what you then have to do is sit there and say, okay, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about here. She doesn't know what she's talking about there. So I just can't accept advice from them here, but I can accept advice on other things. Plus, they're your family and they love you and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, Macho, I get where you're coming from where you say that you still feel guilty about it, but you still did learn something. What you learned is that what you were doing was the wrong decision in life, and you can't really put a price on that. Right. And your parents didn't go to college, so they didn't have any idea. All they were doing was just repeating what they had heard, which is that if you want to succeed, you have to go to college. Which is not really true. And it's not true for two reasons. Is you don't have to go to college to be able to succeed. And the much more damning one that a lot of people don't consider, which is just because you went to college doesn't mean you're going to succeed. And Six Flags says, I find it endlessly amusing and people think government can pay for all this, not like we're a third trillion dead principal loan. Well, I've been watching this show on HBO a lot recently called Deadwood.
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah. It's an it's a Old West kind of show, but at the same time kind of a loosely based historical period piece. Because Deadwood was a real place, and a lot of the characters in the show are real people. It's sort of like Boardwalk Empire in the sense that you know, the characters on the show were real people who were involved in Prohibition era bootlegging, organized crime sort of stuff, but the show is still a TV show, so there's still differences in creative license and all that kind of shit. But this is taking place in 1876, 1877, thereabouts. So what I did is I went to Inflation Calculator and I started looking at the numbers that they were talking about to try to get a context for how much money they're talking about for them and what it is in today's money now. So, for instance, one character gets an insane fucking amount of money to sell his hotel to a guy who's super rich. He sells his hotel to a guy that's super rich for $100,000, and he acts like he's just basically set for life now. So I put that into the inflation calculator, and that's about $3 million in today's money. So I'm like, yeah, that is pretty fucking good. So then I started getting curious, and I started putting a lot of other things. So like you said, Six Flags, I took the $30 trillion of U.S. national debt that we have right now and put that into today's money for perspective. In 1877, $30 trillion of today's money is the equivalent of $1 quadrillion. That kind of puts things into perspective of how fucking outrageous and insane that shit is because back in 1877, you know, you'd go to a restaurant and you'd get a meal for like a dime. Like 10 or 15 cents. That's how much a meal cost at a restaurant back then. You know, you're talking about things where like people are getting paid in bits, which is like 2 bits is 25 cents. So, you know, you hear one character's wages described as he gets to push a broom in a saloon, he's getting paid 4 bits a day. So that's 50 cents a day. 50 cents a day is how much he's getting paid. To have as much money in debt as the U.S. government has now, back then, would be $1 quadrillion of debt. That is fucking insane. That is absolutely fucking insane. I think that's 15 zeros, because a million is 6 zeros, a billion's 9 zeros, a trillion is 12 zeros, and a quadrillion is 15 zeros.
My meal plan for 2 semesters was $5,000. I would just go get a $10 pizza for lunch every day, or a $12 meal from the spaghetti factory. And I was pretty happy with that.
Hold on, let me see. University I went to was private as well, so you're able to inflate costs like my meal plan for 2 semesters was $5,000. Living while I stay at school where I live now is $8,000 a year. Yeah, there's the very famous meme that, you know, the meal for the poor broke college student is to just be living off of ramen and shit. Well, when I go to, you know, a budget grocery store, you know, there's everybody knows them. You got like Costco nationwide, and then depending on where you're located, there's others, you know, more localized chains, but they're budget grocery stores. So I went to my local budget grocery store because I don't have a Costco membership. And a fucking 12-pack of ramen was like $6 for a fucking cup of noodles. Now each one of those is basically a meal. You know, we're not going to talk about how much it fills you up, but it's still food. So if you're a broke college student, you know, for $6 you get a pack of 12, so that's 12 meals right there for $6. Why the fuck would you get a meal plan for 5 grand? Now, Macho, did you have to do that? Okay, it says unfortunately meal plan was mandated. Yeah, that sucks. Um, did were you living on campus? Was that mandatory because you had room and board? Because if that was the case, I would have just lived off campus and just commuted. Because goddamn. And that's another thing. That's another way that they trick people to get them to spend more money is to get them to live there because young kids want to, because they want to escape from out from under their parents. They want to live on their own and be on their own. And I'm no longer in the oppressive environment of my parents trying to impose all these rules on me. What you realize when you get older is that your parents were actually trying to stop you from making the exact same mistakes that they did. And they knew that because you were their kids, you were damn likely to make those same mistakes. And they do know better in that instance because they were the ones who made those same fucking mistakes. What they don't know better about is they think that by fucking, you know, trying to have you under an iron thumb that you're not gonna make those mistakes. What it does is it fucking pushes you even harder into that situation where you're like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go because you know, blah blah blah. I knew this one girl. She was one of the girlfriends that I had when I was in high school. She was extremely conservative, extremely religious, because she was raised in that kind of household. Like she was mixed race. Her dad was black, and he was like Southern Baptist, very, very religious and conservative. Not just politically, but socially. And her mother was Filipino, actually from the Philippines, because her dad was in the Navy. He met her over there. They married and came back. So her mother was Filipino. So of course she's ridiculously socially conservative and also very religious. So this girl is extremely socially conservative and extremely religious. I had been dating her for months and she was still like, oh god, holding hands is so taboo kind of shit. So I, of course, because I'm fucking 15, I don't know any better, I'm stupid. So I just sit there and say, alright, fine, you know, I'll live with this.
So, you're finally
Eventually she
awake.
breaks up with me for, you know, whatever her reasons.
It
Now,
has
she
been
tries to get back
quite
into
a
contact
long
with me again
time,
after
then.
she has started going to
I am
school
much
because she had
older
heard that I was
now,
doing really well and
but
she wanted some
you
stability in her
remember
life and she really
me,
missed me and all this other
don't
kind of
you?
shit. And it was also because, as I go to find out, she was big time slutting it up when she went to school because, you know, here we are living in California. She went to
Oh,
school in Colorado, very far away from her family. When removed from that environment, the first thing she did was blow every guy who said more than 2 words to her.
oh,
So she was probably feeling super guilty about that, so she was wanting to come back to me when I was like some sort of image of like what she used to have and like stability and all this kind of shit in her life. And I, you know, she's talking with me about all this. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, yeah, that, because all I can remember is what she put me through. And then that
oh.
she went and did so many things for these guys. And I was really upset. I was like, why didn't I matter enough to you to where, you know, that these guys who are complete strangers to you, you go and do that for them, but
Oh,
something that
oh,
still bothers me. But I use it as an example whenever I talk to folks about this kind of thing because I never in my life would have guessed that she'd have gone on to do that.
yeah.
As I got older, I realize now I should have seen that coming from a mile away. Because when your kids want to go to school and live on campus, even if it's close by, but especially the further away it is,
Oh,
it's because they're trying to put as much distance between their parents and them as they can. which means that they're going to start doing a lot of incredibly stupid and incredibly irresponsible things that their parents could see
The
coming from a
history
mile
of the
away,
royal
because those were
family
the
of
same mistakes that they
Hyrule
made when they
is
were young.
also the history
And they
of
try to warn you against
Calamity
them, but
Ganon,
that's like the whole
a
point of
primal
college, is
evil
to
that has endured over the
ruin
ages.
the fabric
This
of
evil
society.
has been turned back time and time again by a warrior wielding
It's
the
not good.
soul of a hero and a princess who carries the blood
There's also
of the
another 100
gods.
trillion of unfunded liabilities. Yeah, my parents are actually at the age where
With
they're
the
trying to figure out,
passage
should they
of
get their
time,
Social Security
each
now and have it be
conflict with
less?
Ganon
Or should they get it
faded
in
into
like a few
legend.
years and have it be a lot
So
more, but it
listen
might be gone?
closely as I tell you of this legend that occurred
Yeah, I see what you're saying now.
10,000
Yeah, that's
years ago.
that's one of the major problems that a lot of people are talking about now when they talk about the birth rate,
Hyrule was
because they're
then
using an excuse for
blossomed
why
as
we
a
need to have more
highly
immigration coming in,
advanced
because they keep saying, well, we're just not having enough babies.
civilization.
And
Even
I'm like,
the
okay,
most
stop.
powerful
Why is the answer
monsters posed
to bring in
little
immigrants
threat
from
to
other
the
countries
denizens
because
of
they're
the
actually
realm.
having babies, instead of sitting there
The
saying,
people thought it
how can we
wise
encourage
to
our
utilize their
populace here
technological prowess to
to
ensure
have
the safety
more
of the
babies?
land.
Instead of bringing
Should
in people from
Calamity
another country, why don't we
Ganon
just make
ever
the domestic
return?
population have more babies? I don't know. But as the population starts getting older and starts to age, suddenly a lot of people are wanting to pull on things like you're talking about. As people get older, they're going to need more medical care. As people get older, they're going to qualify for Social Security. As people get older, they're going to be drawing on their pensions. In order to make all that pyramid scheme shit work, you need to have more young people paying in than you have old people taking out. And that's kind of flipping right now. So that's a huge problem, and it's why people keep saying, you know, that they're all so scared about all this shit and want to get their Social Security checks, because when it comes down to it, they'll print all the money they need to pay for it. Yeah, and it's just going to be worth less and less than that. Yeah, exactly. And what did that lead to?
Fought alongside these four champions against this ancient evil.
I remember
This is a
reading
huge
in a I remember reading in a book how after World War I you would have to bring a wheelbarrow full of cash to buy a loaf of bread. And of course, when I read this, I remember I was very young. I didn't really understand why. I thought it was just like funny, you know?
Yeah. Right. Yeah,
And when the hero
this is a big
wielding the
problem over in
sword that
Japan.
seals the
It's a much more
darkness
pronounced
delivered
problem in
his
Japan than it
final
is in other
blow.
countries like here in
The
America right now.
princess used her sacred
So
power
a guy
to
named
seal
Shinzo Abe was
away
trying to do something about
Calamity
it,
Ganon.
and him trying to do something about it got him fucking killed.
Yeah, I've never actually been to Korea. It does seem like a pretty cool place, I have to admit. I don't think I'll ever go, but there are some things about that place that I really appreciate.
Oh, oh, oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I was able to graduate with like, I can't even remember. It was like probably $8,000 in student loan debt, and I had it all paid off in like less than 2 years. So that was pretty fortunate.
My plan was to have my student loan debt paid off within the first year, because I was seeing how much money what I was making in construction, and I was like, you know, I still live with my folks. I could easily knock this out. Like, If I paid $700 a month in my debt, then it means I'd only have to wait 10 months to have it all paid off. What fucked it all up was COVID, because COVID is not only what made me lose my job, but at the same time, it is also what made it so that I didn't have to pay the payments anymore. So I was like, okay, you know, I can understand that. That's fine. But grand scheme of things, I feel like I would have been happier if, instead of not having to make the payments, I had been able to keep my job. I would have happily continued making those payments if I'd have kept my job, and how fucking different my life would be now. For the better. Because it's been 3 years by now, and 3 years was all I would have needed in order to fucking become a journeyman, so I'll be making like $1,600 a week right now. Instead of having to go through school and live the way that I did over the last 3 fucking years. All the horrible fucking shit that's happened since then. Goddamn. This day I still wish I just took a gap year, went to community during that COVID year, but was too driven towards the idea of getting my master's in education, bachelor's in history through the 5-year program. I wouldn't have to go to Prospect. Yeah, community college is definitely the way to go, because it's like laughably less expensive than regular college, but you're still getting, because it's like, it's not just, people keep talking about the quality of education, but it's hilarious, because it's like the highest quality of education that you're going to get when you're actually working is the work experience. It's not going to be what you learned when you were in school. It's going to be what you learn when you're actually on the job. And if you're just talking about education for the sake of education, then the highest quality education you're ever going to receive is what you teach yourself. Because you're not going to go to school for your entire life, so it's what you learn after you leave as you continue to work on your education, as opposed to just believing, you know. Imagine you stop going to school as soon as you finish, but you also stop your education as soon as you finish. Then you're like fucking 70, and all the shit that you know is stuff that you learned 50 fucking years ago.
I don't know if this program is still around anymore, but I did a program called Running Start, which allowed you to take college classes for free as long as you were able to qualify for them when you were 16 or 17. So you basically get 2 years of free college. Now you can't take more than like 18 credits a semester or something like that. You can only take so many classes. They also generally don't let you take courses in the summer. There's a limit, but it's pretty good. I ended up spending 5 total years in college because the first 2 years I didn't know what I wanted to do yet. And then when I got to university, I thought I was going to be an engineer, and that didn't go well for me. So eventually I was just like, comp sci it is.
Yeah. And that's why, you know, it's important to just ask yourself what you want to do with your life and what's going to get you there. You know, it can't be about, oh yeah, I'm concerned about my career. What do I want to do for a job? No, fuck that shit, dude. Ask yourself what you want to do with your life. You're not on the clock. Because the only people who should be that motivated about what they do for work are people who want to own their own business. And if you don't, then shut the fuck up with that. Because all you're doing is just selling your time and your life to make somebody else rich. That's insane. You know? Go to your job, do whatever the bare minimum is for you to keep your job and for you to keep making the money that you want to keep making to live your life, and then live your actual life. Do what makes you happy. Because I was fucking devastated when I heard this shit. The last time I had a fucking group meeting was in like October. And my boss, he's talking about, you know, folks getting along because there were a couple of personal disagreements that folks were having. sits there and says, you know, it's important that you guys get along because when you think about, you know, if you're a full-time worker here and how much time you're spending here, you see the people that you work with more than you see your own family. When he said that shit, I felt fucking insanely depressed, dude. I was like, number one, I hate most of you. Number two, I actually like my family, and I would much rather be with them than fucking here. It's like ever since he said that shit, I've been leaving work like an hour early every day because I'm like, I don't want
That's one way to deal with it.
nuts.
Uh, Neither of my parents graduated high school, and I don't believe any of my brothers, my dad's brothers, graduated high school.
Knowing what I went through in high school, you know, if I could go back and do it all over again, I think you're able to do this when you're 14. So I would have. When I was 14, I would have just said, fuck it. Left, taken my GED, and then just started going to college. And in terms of going to college, just take online courses, um, as many as I could, until I'd taken enough to where like people would take me seriously for being a high school dropout. They're like, oh well, he's got his GED, and he's successfully completed, 2 or 3 years of college already. How about that?
Yeah,
Because I'm sure most of you went to public school. Joker did not.
yeah, I did not.
So he doesn't know how fucking bad it is.
I've never been inside a high school before.
Right. The only people who enjoyed the public school experience are also people who that ended up being the highlight of their fucking life.
Everyone I've ever spoken to who did poorly in high school admits that they didn't give any effort at all. They did not try. So it sounds to me like that's the only prerequisite to actually do well.
Yeah. Yeah, I went back to school last summer. So summer 2021. Oh, it's already 2023. My bad. Still is last summer because it's not 2023 summer yet. So went back to school starting last summer, and that's when I considered being school for me is that that little fucking time period. So I could sit there and say I graduated high school by the skin of my teeth. I literally like fucking barely. Like it came down to the last fucking assignment. I barely managed to fucking pass. Almost had to go to fucking summer school. Almost didn't graduate. Because I hated that shit. It made me fucking miserable, and the last thing I wanted to do was just fucking deal with that shit. It was awful. So barely graduated high school by the skin of my fucking teeth, and yet I just graduated from college with a 4.0, like fucking A's in every class. Just to illustrate how pointless high school is, how pointless public school is. It's fucking awful. Because like Jesus, you know. Because like for those of you who had to take your little like here in California they have it's called the CASSE. CAHSEE. It's the California High School Exit Exam.
Every state, I think, has the version of that. I had to take one,
Right.
even though I didn't go to high school.
Now, that exam was so simple, it hurts. Like, everyone I know, all the people who were my friends, we talked about that, it was laughably easy. It featured questions like, because first of all, it's all multiple choice. And it featured questions like, what is 7 times 3? A, 14, B, 21, C, 800, or D, fish. And there was another one which was like a little bit more complicated if you were stupid enough to not know what the fuck a mammal was, but it was a question of which of the following is a mammal? A, cat, B, bird, C, fish, or D, snake. So it's it's a cat. Now, those are all easy fucking questions. They're very simple in all this. You could not graduate from high school if you did not get a passing grade in the exam. There are a lot of different fucking schools out there in this country, and a lot of different people out there in this country where something like that is extremely difficult for them. Because they can barely fucking read, and yet they got to that point in high school anyway. Yeah, it's...
Falling test scores, class after class of ugly, ugly children.
Oh, I hardly think the children's parents have anything to do. I love that. I especially love the edits where they just remove everything except for the class after class of ugly children. So it's like Chalmers just pissed off because the kids are ugly. Good shit. It's nonsense. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, how's this helping anybody? You know, it's like when I was nervous about passing my driving exam, one of my friend's dad said something. He said, "Don't be nervous." It's like they have to make this test passable for all the stupid sons of bitches that you see out there on the road. How many bad drivers out there do you see? Now, plenty of them might have had their licenses suspended, but they got the license the first time in the first place. That test has to be easy so that all these retards can fucking pass it. And he was right. So, knowing all that shit, I'm all like, yeah, I'm gonna homeschool my kids, or at the very least send them to an extremely good private school. There's no chance if any of my kids ever end up in public school, and it must have been because I got divorced and the mother's making all the decisions. There's no way in hell I would be the one making that decision. Knowing how awful that crap is, I could never let that shit happen.
Oh, I didn't know I could knock him off the edge.
Well, that's the thing, Six Flags, is it does cost next to nothing to provide education. The reason education is as expensive as it is because of the political influence that educators have. The school budget has nothing to do with actually making sure the kids are getting a good education. The school budget has everything to do with making sure that the people who work in the school industry are making money. Because, I mean, all that shit, all that money that the teachers union is spending, and all that money that all the taxes are going towards for education, you know what it's spending on? When I was in high school, my senior year of high school, my math teacher got fucking arrested for diddling one of the students. Now, this dude was caught red-handed. In spite of that fact, the dude still had this extraordinary legal representation. The fucking union paid his bail to make sure he got out, and they fucking fought tooth and nail. It took the guy 5 years to actually get convicted. When he was caught red-fucking-handed. It's a slam dunk of a case. Sure enough, when the actual trial started, it was done in like less than a week. Because he was caught red-handed, it was easy as fucking shit. But, you know, all that stuff, all this incredible defense that he had, and all this time that he got to spend on the streets before he actually got fucking put away, was because the teachers' union was footing a bill for his defense. For a guy that got caught red-handed, that everybody and their mother knows that this fucking, like, what was settled almost instantly was his divorce case. Because he was caught red-handed, so his wife files the civil suit, you know, for the divorce, and taking all this shit away from him. So it's hilarious because she, in the divorce settlement, she's the one who's getting access to all of his pension money. So the teachers union is sitting there fighting like hell to not even protect the fucking guy. They're just protecting now the pension that's now in his wife's hands, but they're still doing all this crazy. What the fuck? As I was watching all this shit unfold, and I'm all like, how the hell does that make any logical fucking sense?
Main dramatic story I know from my time in college was there was a teacher who rage quit in the middle of a semester because she didn't get tenure and just left the classes she was teaching that semester out to dry. So basically they came up with a system. The only thing they could really do was they came up with like a big end of semester project, and if you did it, you were guaranteed a 4.0, and if you didn't do it, you were guaranteed a 3.0. Like, it didn't really matter if it was any good or not, you just had to do it. That was pretty funny. I wasn't in
Yeah,
the
no.
class, but I knew a lot of people who were.
Yeah, that shit's a layup, dude. The school I was at, when I was in my senior year, this was outrageous. One of the English teachers for senior year English class, was an illegal immigrant. And the way that the school, because the school wanted to protect this guy from getting deported, the only way they were like, well, what the hell are you doing talking about deporting? He's a teacher that has tenure. He didn't have tenure. He was a recent hire. Of course he was, because he was a fucking illegal immigrant. The only position that they had available in terms of what they could hand tenure out for was an English position. So they just fucking plop the guy right in there and give him tenure immediately so that they could try to fight his deportation by saying that he's a teacher who has tenure. The kids who were in his fucking English class obviously spoke better English than he did because this is an illegal immigrant from Mexico. He barely speaks any fucking English at all. So what does the school do? They sit there and say, well, this isn't fair to the kids, so everyone in his class just gets an A. But I'm all like, but how fucking awful is that for the kids who are in this fucking class? That yeah, they get the A, but then they show up and they're like, Jesus Christ, I gotta just sit here for an hour doing nothing because fucking Speedy Gonzalez over here is fucking trying to abuse the system. Shit, the more I talk about it, the more I'm actually thinking I maybe want to send my kids to Poke so they can see how awful it is, so I can sit there and say, and I was right about that, so I'm right about all these other things too, aren't I? Well, that's the thing, Macho, and this is one reason I actually hate teachers. I do not like teachers as people, and I'll tell you why. They don't know a goddamn thing about how the world actually functions. Because if you're a teacher, unless you went and did something else before you became a teacher, and if that's the case, then I'll respect you, then the only thing you know in your life is a school environment. Because all you did was you're born, you're a kid, you're old enough to go to school now, and now's also when you start like actually retaining memories. So you go to school. As soon as you finish school, you go to college. You go to college to become a teacher. As soon as you finish that, you go get a job as a teacher, and then you just spend your career as a teacher. You have no fucking clue what the real world is like. You have no fucking clue what anyone goes through outside of a school environment because all you've ever done in your entire life was go to school. Whether it was because you're going to school or because you're working there, all you know in your life is school. Because of that, they have extremely warped ideas on what life is actually like. And they don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about more than half the time. They are not people that I could ever respect because they try to tell me what my life is like, and they don't have a fucking clue. So yeah, they'll have insane fucking egos because imagine you're a college professor. You're basically on the top of the fucking totem pole of the only thing that you've ever learned in your entire life. So yeah, they're gonna have a fat ego. The only thing that they know is that they made it. Total bullshit. Right back.
All right. No. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Ah, the aiming is sluggish. I don't really like the weapons that I have right now. The hell is he? Oh, come on, dude. Stop jumping back like that, you little prick. No! Not fair. God damn it. Oh, okay, Macho Banane. I will try that in next time I do this. I am going to be taking a short break, though. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to run some ads. See everybody soon.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I
I've
will
been.
be right back, Snacks. I'm stepping away for a second.
Oh, alright, no problem.
Okay, I am back.
Alrighty.
Okay, let's see here.
Anyway, so I've been playing more Lego Star Wars on my own.
Oh, okay.
And as far as upgrading is concerned, going straight for the stud magnet ability is, like, I think, key. Because once you fully upgrade it, it makes everything so much fucking easier when you're trying to actually collect studs for the story missions where you're trying to get true Jedi and shit. Plus, you don't have to go out of your way for the shit anymore, because almost any time that studs appear, they almost instantly get sucked straight towards you, so it's way better.
Okay.
But
Which
yeah,
which movies were you playing through?
first I did A New Hope, then I did Phantom Menace, because I'm trying to get prequel characters, because I looked at the characters that I wanted to get, and then I had to do the prequels in order to get them. So I was like, oh, all right.
Okay. You're working graveyard tomorrow, right?
For instance, yes.
Okay.
So I was gonna go to bed at like 7 or 8 a.m. or some shit. So anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Bosk. I like Bosk, the lizard dinosaur bounty hunter guy from the original trilogy. To
Right.
fucking unlock him, I need to do prequel trilogy missions. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay, apparently that doesn't make any logical sense, but whatever.
Yeah. What the hell is that? I screwed that up bad. Now I'm boned. Now I'm... He pooped out his sword at me. What a little piece of poop. But would you say you're enjoying the game? The game's pretty good?
Yeah, it's alright.
I wasn't expecting anything too remarkable, but it seems like it works pretty well.
Yeah, there's a lot of prequel memes in the game, which kind of surprised me because it's not just in the prequels themselves. Like I told you, the cutscene where old Ben Kenobi first arrives in A New Hope, he just plops down in front of Luke and he says, "Hello there."
I mean, I don't mind that. I think that's kind of fun.
I'm reading Twitter and this guy's talking about calzones, and I'm like, no, I want a calzone, but like, I fucking woke up after everything's closed already, so like, what am I gonna do?
You don't have any 24-hour fast food in your area? I have a couple.
Well, 24-hour fast food, yes, but it's like McDonald's and Taco Bell.
Not a choice cut of meat.
Plus, no calzones. It's like the whole point. I guess I'll have one before work tomorrow.
I don't know where I would get a calzone if I wanted to get one, actually, now that I think about it. No, Macho, I think I can beat him. He's being a pain in the ass, but I think I can beat him. Damn it. Why didn't that work? How did he not kill me? I have no idea how that didn't kill me. Aha! Okay, I need to find some weapons that I can wield in one hand. These two-hand weapons are killing me. Oh, who the hell are you? I don't have rupees. I'm poor. Is any of this stuff like stuff I can sell? Or is all this stuff like useful for the game? I feel like I don't want to sell any of this stuff. I feel like I'm going to need it. In games like this stuff is always super valuable.
I don't have anything resembling a clue.
No, I'm talking to somebody in the chat who knows this game really well. Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll probably sell those when I find I desperately need rupees. Although, who am I kidding? I kind of desperately need rupees now. There is no rupees. No rupees, no PS3.
You are a little piece of poop. Can you name your own horse?
In
Wait,
what?
do you even get a horse in this game?
I think you do, but I don't have them yet.
Oh.
I'm betting I get
Well,
them
if
early.
if you name them, you should name them Little Piece of Poop.
Ghost of Tsushima let you name your horse, but you could only choose from like one of 3 preset names.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I have even turned my PlayStation 4 on since COVID started.
Hmm. I believe it. You've been busy. More important things going on.
And anytime I want to play games, it's on my PC.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's just not a ton of reason anymore. Name it Roach. Boo. Witcher sucks. Boo.
He's kidding
That's why.
people.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually think Witcher sucks.
Yeah. My opinion of Witcher 3 was that it was a good game. I had fun with it. I spent a lot of time playing it. I think I spent like 120 hours my first playthrough or some shit. But what I didn't understand was the love affair that people have for it. They treat it like it's literally the greatest game ever made. And I'm like, this isn't even the best RPG that CD Projekt Red has ever made. The best RPG they ever made was Cyberpunk, by the way.
Well, I will say, of games that play like The Witcher, it's going to be hard to top New Vegas for me. I know New Vegas isn't exactly like... I know it's a little different, but it's, you know, similar. Man, I hope they get Fallout 5 right. Jesus Christ. I really hope they get Fallout 5 right. If they really invested themselves into Fallout 5, it could be one of the greatest games ever.
People keep talking about Elder Scrolls 6, but I'm like, I just hope that the magic system is like more robust and enjoyable. Because in Skyrim, I felt it was not only too simplistic, but that I really didn't enjoy the way that they did Conjuring. Because I really wanted to be, you know, this crazy necromancer. But the only thing that they do with necromancy was let you revive actual dead bodies. And I'm like, why can't I just summon a skeleton? Why can't I just summon a zombie? That's what I wanted. You know, the same way that you can summon the different elementals. I'm all like, I wanted to do the same shit with the fucking skeleton, but they don't let me do that. Oh, in order to have a skeleton fight for me, I need to go out and kill a fucking skeleton and then revive it. I'm like, dude, that's dumb, man.
There are times when I'm tempted to go back and replay Skyrim because I haven't played it in probably, I don't know, coming up on 10 years, but it would take way too much time, and I've got enough stuff to play just going through stuff I haven't played before. Because I remember I beat the game and I was going through and doing the side quests, and I got to a point where a side quest was a little bit bugged. Like there was a little bit of a bug that wouldn't let you finish it. So I started using console commands trying to work my way around it, right? And eventually I made my game completely unplayable and the entire game was completely broken. At that point I was like, okay, that's enough Skyrim.
Based.
I guess that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to a game like Skyrim. That's just the inevitable outcome.
Correct. Jesus.
Ooh, Sword in the Stone. Oh, um... you telling me that a man just happens to fall like that?
You think that's bad? He is like a chimp.
Does it float? Damn it. Jesus Christ, it's 1:30 and I still have 12 people in here. This is insane. That's why I don't want to turn the stream off. I usually don't get this many people in here. I feel like I gotta keep going. And I don't work tomorrow.
Well,
Hey, Manu. I still need to play Witcher 2, and then I'll get to Witcher 3. I'll stream both. But yeah, Witcher is a game that a lot of people swear by. Like, I know Ninja said he thinks it's by far the best game ever. I think Steven said something similar. Like, people swear by that shit. Manu, so far it's pretty good. I'm liking it. It's very impressive for a Switch game. There's a ton going on here. Because, as I'm sure many people know, the Switch is not exactly optimized hardware. In fact, many games that are on the Switch kind of look like PS2 games. So, the fact that you have a game like this with this much going on in it is very impressive. Like, God. They put a Persona 5 Strikers on the Switch, and it runs like complete garbage. It's unbelievable how bad that game is on the Switch. Alright. I feel like I need to look to the east from the tower to figure out where to go. I need to find more shrines. I think that's the focus I should have right now. Do you remember when they used to port Call of Duty games to the Wii? Remember how those games ran? That was hysterical.
Oh, God, those were dreadful.
Oh. Okay. I need to find these daggum shrines. Okay, that's not the way we want to go, I think. I still need to play Fortnite one of these days just for the meme.
Well, if you want to get that out of the way, we could probably do that soon just to say that it's done.
Yeah. Thing is, I'm going to want to get at least one win. So it's probably easier to do duos. That way you have a 1 in 50 chance of winning. It's fun if you have a squad. I don't know. I feel like if I was going to do a game like that, I would probably like PUBG more, but I don't know if anybody plays PUBG anymore.
Excellent.
Like, for all I know, PUBG is a dead game.
take Alsace Lorraine. This is so funny. I'm playing Victoria 3 again. Anytime you want to do anything, for whatever dipshit reason, France wants to get involved on the other side. So I'm like, this is perfect. I'm going to use this opportunity to absolutely neuter you as a country. By the time I'm done, you know, what happened to France after the Napoleon Wars ended is going to look like fucking child's play. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm going to fucking obliterate you. And then I won't have to worry about them for the rest of the game.
I don't know what that is, Six Flags. Milsims? I don't know what that is. Military simulation? I feel like I might. And weapons in this game break instantly. Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper. At BK, have it your way.
Sorry. I'm sitting there laughing because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So, what pops into my head is this great fucking quote from the show that I used to love, where somebody did like you do, where they just say some weird shit, and then his friend goes, "Did you just have a gay seizure? What the hell was that?"
Really, Snacks? You don't know what that is? I'm kind of surprised. It's this Burger King commercial that's become infamous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm drawing a blank on it. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, hold on. It plays constantly. I don't know why, but it's really caught on in the meme community as being like the new everyone's least favorite commercial. It doesn't help that I think Burger King is like the second worst major fast food joint in the world. I can't stand them.
Yeah, I'm not too fond of Burger King myself. However, it's worth saying this. No matter the business, the most dependent thing out there is all about who's working there. For instance, there's a lot of people out there who don't like Little Caesars, but Little Caesars is my favorite little fast food pizza joint. Reason being, the Little Caesars is in my town have always worked hard to make the shit really amazing. And they work harder than the people who work at Domino's or Pizza Hut or any other fast food pizza chain out there. So yeah, I'm not going to sit there and say Little Caesars is the greatest pizza ever. What I am going to sit there and say is that they've colored my perception of Little Caesars as being superior to that than other fast food pizza chains. So I sit there and say, I think Burger King has the potential to be good if I just went to a really good Burger King where the people working there cared and tried hard. Because that's never been true for the Burger Kings in my town. I don't think that their ingredients and their recipes are bad. I just think the people working there never gave enough of a shit.
It's possible. I don't know. Like, you know how in fast food, like, it always looks good in the commercials, basically. To me, like, the Whopper doesn't even look good in the commercials. Oh, and Big Country, I think Taco Bell's worse. I really don't like Taco Bell. If I have one taco at Taco Bell, I'm gonna regret it later. I know this from experience.
Well, wait, what do you ask? I just hear what's worse.
What fast food do I think is worse than Burger King? Because I said I think Burger King's the second
Oh.
worst.
Yeah, I'm not too fond of Taco Bell either, for exactly the mentions that I just brought up. However, I like the taste of Taco Bell stuff. You can get Taco Bell's meat seasoning at the store. And when my family goes to make tacos, we always get some of that. We put the Taco Bell seasoning in the meat. We fucking love it. It's all about, again, who's working there. They just don't give a shit. However, I can also say this definitively. When you have actual Mexicans working there, the quality changes a lot. And I'm going to say that because you live in Washington State, I live in California. Mexican, even fast food, has always been better here than it has been in other states because there's actual Mexicans here.
Never really thought about that. They just take more pride in their work when they're making Mexican food?
It could be that. It could also be that they know better in terms of like ratios and the ingredients that they should be using and the spices and all that in order to make it like actually good. But another reason is because I think the competition. You just have to work hard in order to get customers because when you live here, you know, like I'm less than 100 miles away from the Mexican border. There's a shitload of Mexicans here. Because of that, we get all sorts of different hole-in-the-wall mom-and-pop Mexican food shops. If you're competing for that, as Taco Bell and Del Taco, you have to work harder in order to get any customers at all.
Ooh. I don't mind KFC, I just almost never have them. There's a KFC really close to where I live. Sometimes I think they're okay, but I just never eat there. I need to try Popeyes next time I want fast food chicken. I haven't had Popeyes in a long time. I want to see if it holds up. At BK.
Oh, no, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we're gonna have to restart. That doesn't make logical sense.
I remember trying to go to Popeyes a couple times right after the chicken sandwich came out, and the line was literally wrapping around the building, and they had the sign out front that said, "We are out of the chicken sandwich."
See, here's another good example. I absolutely hate Popeyes. Because the Popeyes in my town, they don't give a shit. You'll sit there and you'll be waiting an hour for your fucking order, and as if all that shit isn't enough, it gets even worse because it's like the worst quality chicken out there. Like, man, it just sucks.
Where do you eat your fast food chicken typically?
What I prefer to do is to get fast food from the deli section of the grocery stores, especially at a nearby Ralph's that I have. Man, they are fucking amazing. If you're just talking, other than that, well, so I'm not too big a fan of KFC.
Have you ever had Church's chicken?
Yeah, once a long time ago. I can't remember what it was like.
Oh, I wasn't even trying to find something.
Okay, I'm watching this Burger King commercial now. Yeah, this is really bad.
Yeah, it's
The
become
reason
the
it's bad,
infamous commercial that everyone hates.
the reason it's bad is because this guy that they've got singing he's singing it monotone. Why?
Good question. It plays during every single commercial break for football games right now. That's why it's well known among football enthusiasts. You can't get away from it.
There's also something else that I gotta say. I'm gonna DM you.
Oh boy. I've never been to a Long John Silver's. You know, when I was in Vegas a few weeks ago, I drove by, or was
I
driven
like Long
by,
John Silver's.
I was driven by a White Castle, and I was like, wow, I didn't know White Castle was a real restaurant. I thought they made it up for the movie.
Well, the reason that you wouldn't think that it's a real restaurant and you thought it was made up is because it's like East Coast kind of thing. It's like east of the Mississippi.
Yeah, I saw one in Vegas, and I was like, whoa, should I eat there? And then I was like, no.
That's you'll only see White Castle outside of those regions, and like you're saying, humongous big urban centers. So like you'll find a White Castle in LA, you'll find a White Castle in Vegas. If you actually went into Seattle, I know you don't like the city center. If you actually went into the city, you'd probably find a White Castle. But in terms of them being actually popular, like when I went to Chicago, I was visiting Chicago. I fucking saw those shits everywhere. And I'm not just talking in the city, I mean the suburbs around it. With populations of like 10, 15,000 people. Um, so it's big in the Midwest, it's big in the Rust Belt, it's big on the East Coast, it's big in the South. That's, people love White Castle there.
Yeah.
And I remember sitting there thinking, we had some frozen White Castle sliders show up, and I was like, these are going to sell like hotcakes. They didn't, because nobody knows what the fuck White Castle is. They've never had it before. So I was like the only person buying them. So I was like, whoa, this is a little nuts. So obviously we never ordered them again, but I'm just sitting there like, people just don't fucking know. But what does sell like gangbusters is a bunch of fucking microwavable burritos that taste like shit because people fucking worship Mexican food here. So even the crappiest crap just gets fucking worship, like I said.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I see the Whopper in a commercial, and I always think like it doesn't even look good in the commercial. Like the Big Mac looks good in a commercial, the Baconator looks good in a commercial, but the Whopper just doesn't appeal to me for some reason.
No.
I still think the best fast food is Five Guys. I think it's tough to top Five Guys.
Yeah. I actually went to, hold on, let me Google the name of the restaurant first. So I don't know. Because like this is the thing. If I'm not talking about a chain, then I always have to make sure first that I'm not like outing my location here. Because like I don't know if it's too small and local, you know. So let me check the locations here. Oh yeah, that is big time local. Okay, so
There is a restaurant.
I ain't even kidding. Because when you look at the locations menu, you know, here, I'll fucking describe it. Send you DM. Anyway, so that place, I went yesterday because I was really craving a burger, and I ended up spending 25 bucks for a burger, fries, and a milkshake. The reason being, this is like a big time, you know, they pride themselves on being a green business. So they hand me a straw, and it's a paper straw. It says 100%
Oh yeah.
biodegradable. I'm drinking a milkshake, and it literally it tastes like and seems like they just made a strawberry smoothie, and then mixed it with strawberry ice cream.
Yeah.
They probably did, cause like I'm crunching on these strawberry seeds. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So all I got was a burger, fries, and shake. That's it. 25 bucks. I'm sitting there thinking, damn, I wish I went to Five Guys, cause the amount of food that they gave me was pitiful. Like, if you've been to Five Guys enough to where you can like mentally envision the size of the small fries, their cup,
Yeah.
it's basically the cup that they gave me over there, and I was pissed because it cost 5 bucks, and I'm like, for 5 bucks I could have gotten a large fry at Five Guys, and they would have given me one that was like the size of a fucking drink, plus all the bag fries. So I'm like, man, I spent 25 bucks on that shit. They gave me so little food. I was still hungry. I'm like, yeah, it tasted good, but you don't go to a restaurant to eat something just because it tastes good. You're hoping also that when you leave, you're not fucking hungry still. You know, and it just smacked to being like one of those places where it's like the whole appeal to it is so that you can sit there and feel good about yourself about how, oh yeah, I patronized a green business today and they were using sustainable materials, blah blah blah. But moreover, you know, is that it's all about fucking hedonism, where you go to enjoy the tastes and enjoy the flavors, but you don't actually care about eating. I'm sitting here like, I'm fucking hungry and I don't want to be hungry anymore. I'm like, I would have been happier if I just fucking, you know, spent 50 cents on a fucking cup of ramen, which would have filled me up better. Goddamn. I was mad as hell. So I'd have spent way less if I went to Five Guys. So I was mad.
I think
not...
these days a burger, fries, and shake would probably be close to 25.
Depends on if you got the exact same size of stuff that I got, it'd be like 15.
Okay.
But I'm sitting here like, if, yeah, because the last time I went to Five Guys, I got a large fry, I got a double patty burger, and I didn't get a drink because I had drinks at home, so maybe that makes a difference. But I don't want to spend 20 bucks. And people would be like, oh well, blah blah blah, you know, like Big Country saying, he's like, yeah, that's pricey, and I'm all like, well, when your competition is something that's even pricier and that gives you less food, it don't seem that bad. Because like here in California, people worship. It was practically a religion. They practically worship In-N-Out.
Yeah,
In-N-Out
I
is
know In-N-Out.
In-N-Out is not that good. Number one, it's not that good. Number two, they also give you small portions. So I'm sitting there like, in order to feel full, I have to order 2 burgers and 2 fries. Now the appeal is that it's super cheap. So when I get that, it's only like 15 bucks, or it used to be 13, but now it's 15. But yeah, you know, it's not overly expensive. But I'm like, this was not worth waiting in line for 40 minutes. It's not that good.
Yeah. Around here, there's a restaurant in the Seattle area called Dick's that people really, really like. People really, really like it. And I like it too. I've had it a few times, but the portions are small, man. Like, and sometimes that's a good thing. Yeah, I'd be interested, Big Country. These days, is it actually more expensive to eat at Five Guys than other fast food places? I'll bet it's not that different. Now, like, especially if you're getting similar stuff. this damn thing.
Jack in the Box, I feel like they have the best fast food tendies that I've had recently.
I haven't been to Jack in the Box in a while. Oh God.
They do a pretty decent milkshake.
Mm-hmm.
But I swear to God, sometimes I feel like I don't know if you listen to the voice thing that they did, but do you remember in the Phantom Pain? Did you listen to the voice conversation between Code Talker and Master Miller, where they were talking about hamburgers?
Sure I did, but I don't remember it after all these years.
Well, it's like a 4-part process where like Code Talker is mentioning how when he was a boy, he really loved hamburgers. And that was like the one part of American culture that he actually enjoyed. So it was like the only thing that helped him to get over what happened, with his people. And he remembers with, fond memories having a hamburger with his old man. So Master Miller, as it just so happens, he's actually trying to build a fast food chain of hamburgers. So he kind of uses Code Talker as a guinea pig because he's like, this will really make the old man happy. Plus, it gives me an opportunity to do some market research for this fast food chain that I want to have someday. And the funny thing is that try as he might, Miller cannot make a hamburger that Code Talker actually enjoys. And it's funny because the reason for that is because Miller's trying so hard to come up with like the best possible ingredients. He's using like Kobe beef and like really expensive ingredients, only the freshest ingredients and all this kind of shit. And Code Talker says to him, he's all like, people don't want that when they want a burger because it doesn't taste like a burger should in your mind. So Miller's like, wait a minute, I think I got an idea. So then he ends up with a burger that Code Talker actually likes. Code Talker doesn't want to eat it at first because it's green. He's like, dude, what the fuck is this? And he's all like, I loaded this thing up with preservatives. This thing is a chemical fucking monstrosity. But as soon as he puts it in his mouth and he takes a bite, Code Talker's like crying out of happiness. He's like, this tastes just like the burgers that I had when I was a boy. Just in this one bite, it took me back, and just like that, I was 8 years old again.
It's like the scene in Ratatouille.
Right. But what he did is Miller just made, like, essentially in his mind, the shittiest burger that he could. That he just loaded the thing up with preservatives, and he called it a Frankenburger. But it ended up being exactly what Code Talker wanted, and that's, as I'm having this experience where, like, I was so dissatisfied with what I ended up eating, and how much it cost and all this other shit, and I'm all like, they kind of miss the point of the burger, because they're trying, like, only the freshest ingredients, and everything's got to be organic and all this other shit, too. And I'm like, dude, why? It's like, yeah, it tasted good, but that wasn't satisfying. And I'm like, dude, just give me like a regular fucking, just like, blow that shit up with preservatives, make it all fast foody. And that's all cheap. And I'm like, that's what I was looking for, man. Come on. What are you gonna do? Well, that's good.
All right. Okay, guys, it is 2 a.m. where I live. I think it's about time I get out of here now that we finished that shrine. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with me tonight. I'm going to run some ads, and then I'm going to go ahead and turn the stream off. I will have videos in the morning, and I will be streaming probably tomorrow night at some point at the very least. Don't know what I'll be doing. It might be this. It might be Lego Star Wars. It might be Crisis Core. We'll see.